Battle queue, hi. You are fast. Right, that's where I was. Task to task deque. So we're going to send information, hello holy, to ourselves, I guess. Yep. Example. Pipeline factory itself already uses it. So instead of deriving from AI stateful task, we derive from task to task deque, passing the base class, in this case that is a synchronous task, and then the type of what I call datum, singular of data, that we want to pass. I believe that's how it works. In this case, I want to pass I don't know if you want to pass the owning window, but I definitely want to pass the frame resource capable descriptor set and the binding. Maybe that too. Danny Lowe, hi. I think that that whatever I want to pass, I'll put into a new struct, and I just pass the struct to this function. So let the caller handle it. So let's have a look where this was being called. From. I guess this one. Yep. Well, since this, I just said that, but it's also being used by the uniform buffer and so on. So I guess that needs the owning window, otherwise I would not pass it. So let's just put everything in one struct and then pass that. Where shall I define that struct? Well, it's being called from shader input data. This is shader input data. For now, maybe I could just put it in shader input data. Yeah. That's weird. This is shader input data. It's being called from and on. No? No, it's called from shader resource. Yeah, no, well, let's define it in shader resource then. That's what I meant, of course. No, I didn't. I just made a mistake. Base class. Yeah, that's a shader resource. Okay, base class it is. And I'm going to define it outside the base class though. You can define a struct inside the class, but might want to put it in its own file eventually. Yeah, there's another one. It's also defined here. Weird name and everything. Set mutex, and set handles. There's also a struct. It's a class. Okay, let's not be the weird struct in the file. And also call this a struct. Also a weird name, of course. And then, yeah, what goes in it? Nope. Nah. I'm bored. Nonsensical. Okay, now I'm surprised. This thing here has an update descriptor set. What? Okay. A pure verbal function. It's not defined here. And then eventually calling this maybe. Descriptor set. I think it's unrelated. No, it's exactly the same. Really? I don't like this. Suddenly I have an unexpected place where my function is being used. Set allocation mutex. Yeah, and what I want to do now is nothing to do with this task mutex. That has to do with figuring out which descriptor set to use. But it's definitely confusing. Anyway, then our new class needs to have as members the same variables as I passed to that function. See the description below the video. Xsticker. Frame resource capable descriptor set. It's not something I want to copy, I think. It contains a vector and all. Nah. Can I do with a reference? Probably. It is constructed immediately. And this is gonna make a, let's first make a name. So this is going to be, this is passed to update descriptor set, a function called update descriptor set. Yeah, but nobody knows why that should not be renamed. Now I think about it. I'm going to call it descriptor set. That's the most important part. No, without binding. Sorry, without set, because the descriptor set plus binding just means one of the descriptors in the set. So it's basically just a descriptor. And what kind of descriptor is it? Well, it is a descriptor needing updating. Is there a better word for this? In need for updating? Yeah, needs updating. Descriptor that needs updating. Descriptor to update. All the inks. Descriptor to update. Yeah, that sounds not bad. Extinger, I read what are you working on? What are you working with? Text editor? Even less clear actually. Maybe that's why I read on. Okay, make a constructor. Constructor takes all the arguments in the same order. Why not? Maybe it looks weird that I go beyond the end of my window, but really I use this font normally. And then it fits, but then you can't read it. Anyone agrees that if you paste something, I can put my mouse, my cursor is here. I can put my mouse here and paste it, and it appears there. If you do not do that, if you have an editor where if you have your mouse here and you paste it, it pastes right here, change it. Change it. It's ridiculous. Maybe it should listen to the left mouse button. So if I would click here, that the mouse would jump there. Sorry, the cursor would jump there. If I click on it, that would actually be nice. But my editor was even if I pasted, it would paste there. So it just turned everything off. Okay, and that's the constructor. Since I said I was going to pass this now as this object to that virtual function. Then we have to change, of course, the virtual function everywhere, meaning that this now takes and I could pass it by const reference, or I can pass it by value, because I have the feeling that I'm gonna construct it like, or I'm calling it. Pretty sure about that. Not sure about this one. I would think that no. Okay, that's weird. I have something here. I changed something here. Oh, I did not. Okay, so this one is yeah, nobody's getting that. This is the set mutex and set handles thing, and it has defined this weird update descriptor set function, and now I cannot find it back where it is defined. Why not? Call that is a declaration. That's the combined image sampler. This is debug output. This is a comment. This is a uniform buffer with comment. Sorry, with debug output and the declaration. This is the base that we just looked at, and another comment, and it just doesn't exist. What? If this class even used at all, we now wonder. It is used. It doesn't seem that this is being used. Let's comment it out. Oh, that's virtual. What? No, it was not. I can hardly believe that it doesn't know it. I mean, this is just the same namespace already, right? We are in vulkan descriptor. Zo'n vulkan descriptor. Then I do not need to do that. Or yeah, well, this is maybe necessary. Okay. Yeah. No declaration matches vulkan descriptor combined image sampler update descriptor set, etc. Indeed, it doesn't. It has frame resources debug only. I don't believe it. Well, maybe. I don't know. So now we are also not in that namespace. So I need the shader builder. Shader resource. Descriptor. Yeah, it does not. No. I don't want it to be part of this namespace. I mean, it's everything except shader resource. I'm going to rename it to, and if it's part of descriptor, I just want to strip off anything that is descriptor in the front of it. Otherwise it reads so weird, like descriptor. So I move it to descriptor. I want to strip off this. And then to update, yeah, well, okay. So maybe needs update. Maybe that's better. And then I am already in descriptor here, so I don't need to move that. It's all horrible. But hey, at least the name is still correct. Yeah, and then yeah, well, maybe I should keep the name. Normally I also just name everything like the type. Needs update, but in this case, maybe keep this name is better. Or I could call it descriptor needs update. Nah. Naming. It's the most difficult thing of programming. So this, I just looked at it, and I thought, I just looked at it. I just looked at this. Wasn't it just descriptor? But yeah. Definitely needs its own header now. It's even a different namespace. Where was I? No, cannot find it back. It must be in the neighborhood of this. Okay, I give up. Do I give up? Oh yeah, well, I moved it. Because IDEs don't support NeoVim. Good enough. By the way, so you can change NeoVim into IDE, but this uses up my monitor space. All silly clicky things. If you, I don't know, everyone keeps asking that. Or maybe it's just because I'm used to what I'm using. But in the past I have regularly looked at IDEs, and every time I had to hang above the toilet for a while. And then went back to what I was using, and then at some point I just stopped even trying them. So maybe in the last decade somewhere an IDE popped up that is usable, I don't know. Yeah, our new class cannot be printed yet. Needs update. I am 58. I'm so old that I even stopped lying about my age. It's old anyway. And I'm thirsty. Really, the FAQ questions again. I have regular viewers. They must go as nuts as me. By people asking the same questions over and over. I'm not too lazy to enter it, but really, at some point I just have to stop. Otherwise, people stop watching my streams. You know, he's always talking about how old he is and how long he had programmed and when he started. Let me get something to drink. Other people can answer in the chat if they want. Oh, this has a core. I'm so used to drinking water that this is cocos water. Looks like apple juice. No, not bad. Well, you must also get tired of me not being able to print objects, I guess. So for that matter. I'll be right back. I need to close the windows. Curtains. Windows. Curtains. Cannot print, needs update. Well, let me help you. Nah. Also not. That thing needs its own header. Even before I add it, I'm going to move it to its own header. Dumb work. Right, and then we need stuff like nothing. Now we have everything, and then I can edit CXX. It's maybe a bit silly. Let me just include debug.h. And I need to include, I have declared a few things. The awning window, just a pointer, so that's no problem yet. I just need to be able to print that thing. Which is defined in here. Declared, I mean, whatever. Hi, Bear, thank you. Thank you for having my back, Bear. This control T is not working. F7 is, and I need to include that header as well, because Probably missing some other things now, like includes. Keepy, hi, yeah. Keepy said hi, and I didn't say hi back. Is it morning for you? Really? There. Descriptor needs update. Error needs update has not been declared. Yeah, stuff like that. That's what I mean. So I removed it here. I did not add the new header. It's included here. .h. Really, if I had an AI that could do this kind of stuff for me, that would be so... I think the last 20 minutes I'm just doing stupid things. And every AI would have been able to do that for me. Could you say, like, AI, move this class to its own file and fix the headers. Done. But no, I have to do it manually. 2022. Almost 2023. It's ridiculous, really. It's annoying as hell. And people claim that they have AIs. Yeah, I don't think so. That would help. Yeah, cloning myself. I just finished a book shortly ago where basically people could clone themselves. And then, per definition, anyone who was cloned, and I don't mean like growing in a bottle, but making a copy. An instant copy. You step in a box and ping, and then you are two of you with the same memories and everything. So at the moment you said that, I had to think of the fact that, per definition, everyone who is a copy or was copied, not the original, but the copy, is a slave in that book. Per definition. So I could make a copy of myself and then tell myself, yeah, Carlo, copy, fix that for me. Do that. Cook dinner. I don't think I would appreciate my former self having copied me. There's also another book that I read long ago. People making copies of themselves, but that went differently. They would just be scanned, the body would be scanned, molecular level. That information would then be sent to spaceships at the edge of the known universe. I mean, they would, how you call those beasts? Spaceships that can replicate themselves. So they just flew outwards. They had faster than light teleportation. So but they could only teleport themselves to a point where they already had a receiver. So they had spaceships that flew outwards into the galaxy. And then every time they had a certain distance, they would replicate themselves and then fly further outwards, etc., and leave stuff behind. So that was the front of the habited universe, putting that teleport receivers everywhere, and then you could teleport through the whole sphere in that universe. But they needed workers on those ships at the edge, at the sphere, where nobody went past that point ever. And then someone donated his body. So he was at a luxury party, drinking, eating nice snacks and dancing, and then he would step into a cabin and donate his self, and then step out of the cabin again and continue partying. And then in the meantime, he would have sent a copy of himself to one of those spaceships at the edge of the universe. And that were horrible conditions, absolutely horrible conditions. So at some point, first we just followed the person that had parties, and when he donated himself again, because he had done it more often. And then we followed one of the copies. And then you saw that the copy that stepped out of a cabin in a dirty atmosphere, and then every hour or so the spaceship would accelerate with 8G, and and then in the meantime it was absolute horror to live there. And then that guy that just kept donating himself, maybe he got money from it, I think. So then later he donated himself again, and then a copy of him came on the same ship. So then basically the older copy blamed the new copy, who was a copy of the person that had sent him there, if you know what I mean. The guy that came later was a copy of a person that had continued partying while the former copy was already on the spaceship. So he blamed him for having sent him there and wanted to kill him. It was a good book. I know I cannot remember the title. That is a C+ question. Then you know, yeah, private, everything that can be private, and public, everything that must be called from the outside. And in most cases that means that all the variables that contain the state must be private, and functions that manipulate the state in a consistent way, that you can see look at those functions as operators on the whole state of the object, and they then have to be public. Now, private is only accessible by that class itself, functions of that, member functions of that class. Yeah, that's where we were, and then I said I need to move everything. Or not, I don't know. Why is it not changed already? No, that was when I had to design the printf, the print on. Well, but if you don't use private, then you're not really doing everything object-oriented. It's called encapsulation, or what is it? Yeah, at the assembly level, there's nothing private or public about it. It's just that the compiler refuses to let you access it. And if you fool the compiler, then you can still access it. But the reason is to get maintainable code. I don't have to worry that of the 10,000 files that I have, a few maybe accesses my private members. So since it is private, I know that only the class does it, and the class only has definitions in 1 or 2 files, the header and its .cxx. So there is a limited place to look for access to that thing. And it's because it is limited, I can safeguard the consistency of the class. Say those variables, the private variables, contain the state of the class, but a consistent state is is from a subspace. The state is usually like way larger. The state that fits into the variables is way larger than what normally is in it, or what should be in it. There's a correlation between the variables. So if that correlation is satisfied, then you can call the class consistent. And then if you call a member function, it can temporarily be inconsistent while you are inside the function, but as soon as you leave the function again, the state must be consistent again. And in order to guarantee that, it's better not to have everyone and their mother mess with your private members. In some cases you might consider that, by the way, but those are dirty programmers. No declaration matches. See, I'm going so slow because I'm chatting. Yeah, now it's slightly annoying that I simply need to access everything. Before they were arguments of this function. I put all the arguments into a class. I randomly pick the class instead of a struct, although there's no difference except the default accessibility. What is the word for it? Private or public thing. I forgot the word. Anyway, now, yeah, descriptor update, okay. Frame owning window. Yeah. So that's why I needed owning window. Now also with a logical device. Yeah. Sometimes I do. I can use H and L and then use the time that I go there to think. But at least a biggest reason is that W is going at irregular speeds, so I cannot predict when I will be there, and then I will overshoot. So yeah, I'm not fluent using all those other keys, I'm afraid. So what shall I do here? I need access to the owning window. So just make an accessor for it. Descriptor to update. Dot. I'm just going to use, I'm just adding an accessor. My windows are always pointers, so even my accessor is going to return a pointer. Probably also a const pointer. I mean, we just had this chat about private and public, and then I just add accessors everywhere for everything. So you might wonder, you know, what the hell is the use of that? And in this case, I would totally agree-ish. Well, not totally. I mean, there is a lot of very good professional programmers who would have no problem whatsoever making these things public. And or do this completely different anyway. I don't know. But okay, if you just look at this code, then an accessor just gives me read access. So maybe C++ isn't that good, or it should be better. Maybe other languages do support it, because it's kind of annoying that you have to call a function to get read access. If I would design a language, I would allow you to read it from the outside without calling a function, almost by default, or maybe by a definition inside the class. On the other hand, then you cannot really see that you are reading it, or that you what kind of access you have. Did I miss anything here? I don't think so. What is this size? From buffer base size, I guess. I have my binding. I have a descriptor. Oh, the descriptor set is being passed as well. Yeah. I don't think it makes any difference though, in terms of assembly code, what I just did. If you pass multiple arguments, they will just put on the stack. And now I'm going to create an object when calling this function by passing the same argument, but then to an object that sits on the stack. It's going to compile to exactly the same. And I need to access it, and I'm calling inline accessors. But then the compiler is going to compile that to the exact same assembly, just accessing it directly from the stack. So there's no difference. It just looks a little bit more ugly. I definitely find this more ugly. And yeah, I cannot make changes to it, to those variables. Which wouldn't even matter in this case, because I pass it by value. So if I want to make changes here, well, whatever. Eat your heart out. Bottom line, since I passed it by value, I should have made it a struct and made everything public. Probably. So it was a very random decision to make it a class. The only reason that I made it a class was because it was in a file where it didn't belong, where there was another class that didn't belong there, which was a class. And I was like, yeah, I define a class, and then I define a struct that looks dirty, so I make it also a class. And then I moved it to its own file. Yeah. Yep, okay. Need to loads of aka4 accessor now. For everything. If you are a beginner, I definitely advise you to do it like this. Don't think about it. Everything is private, and if you need access to it, add an accessor. Even though maybe it feels silly in the beginning that you have to write so much code just to read something that you could read directly if you made it public. And the only reason that you will want the point at which you will start to understand why is, yeah, you probably won't. I mean, it takes a lot of experience doing it the wrong way. You must work on very large projects where it was not done that way, and then figure out that it's going to be pain to maintain it. That's an amount of experience that you cannot read from a book. So maybe if you really want to understand the reason why this is the right way, then maybe you should do it not like this, and then learn it the hard way. I don't know what to say. In the end, you're going to lose time. So, if you think I'm a smart guy who did C++ his whole life, and you can just trust me and build on my experience, then you can just do it like this, I guess, every class. And well, maybe in a few years you can make certain exception here and there. I have exceptions as well. But even my exceptions are in most cases laziness. You know, at some point it's just a helper class that is more or less used locally, and I really don't feel like writing this much code, and then I make it public. But when you have a class that is used in multiple files, you know, as soon as it starts to be used more widespread in your program, you don't want to give public access to its members, really. No, never. So I think I added all the accessors. You still have that. Still have more of them. You have more of them. Oh no, this is the call. A call. I thought I changed it. No, I did not. Okay, so here, yeah, this is the only place where you call it. So now, instead of passing these arguments, I want to pass an object by value that takes the exact same arguments as arguments to its constructor. So I just add two braces. Now this is called an initializer list, and then you can compiler understands that if you need class needs update, and then you have this initializer list, that's going to just try to connect these two, and it's going to construct it from the constructor that needs update has, namely passing all these things one by one as arguments to the constructor. And then, yeah, now we have it. In terms of assembly code, this is like a nanosecond or less, I think. Definitely less. It's like clock cycles, 2 clock cycles. I don't know. It's definitely not that you're calling functions. You're not. All those functions are inlined. All those short functions that are inlined, they're not called. They just do what you want to do with the right access protection, and the compiler makes it as fast as it is possible. I did not add it. Descriptor. This is pipeline. No, I don't want to go to descriptor. I don't have a. I don't have a CMake lists file here. So probably have to be here. And I thought that was just globbing it, so I didn't need to rerun configure to pick up the new .cxx. If you FF Gaming, if you are interested in the result of my program, stick around a few hours and you will be greatly disappointed. But cute cats are involved. No match for operator less than. Really? Does not know how to print descriptor set. Frame source capable descriptor set. You gotta be kidding me. Am I not? I do not have support for printing frame resource capable descriptor set. I do. No, it's happening again. It's vulkan descriptor. Okay, void, we have our const. Signature is correct. It is public. Oh, it's being called. Sorry. Yeah. But this thing is a member function, so it has access to my private thing. And I can not print it. Why? Nonsense, nonsense. Where's the bloody thing defined? Yeah, it's probably already inside, I think. Let me just have a look here. VI debug. Print on. Nope. Yeah, what shall I say about it? Hey, Fatman's back. Well, it's still going. It compiled. It linked. It crashes. It's not crashing. Oh yeah, of course. So basically it works, but yeah, I need to have a look at it, my diff. Yeah, this is the callback that we had, and I just commented it out. That was moved to there. This is what I'm working on. That's what we were working on. And that's literally like a whole hour at least, maybe longer even. That then I said, well, you know what? Let's pass this as an object instead of arguments. And that's what I mean. If we really had an AI, that's absolutely possible. These days we should have it. And then lost all that time just because I have to do it manually. Well, it requires no intelligence whatsoever. Anyway, so we're going to use a task to task, and the combined image sampler now must be derived from that instead of AI stateful task. So it's going to use task to task deque, AI stateful task, comma needs update, like that. And I need to get all my namespaces correct. Task to task deque is defined in VK utils. I'm using the thing. Not even sure. Let me see. Are you kidding me? They don't put it on it? Yeah. Right. I'm using the Rode NTG1. Yeah, okay, utils. Yeah, and together with the what is this thing called? The Sure X2U. There's both dark in here and my Sure X2U. If you have the money, right? I'm just a perfectionist, that's it. Yeah, that's a good way to learn C++, Fatman. You have the motivation because you want to do this. Break it up in sub-problems. Google them. And hard work, sweat and tears. And as many weeks as are required until you have it done. Don't give up. I know you can do it. What is the namespace of needs update? That is vulkan descriptor. What namespace am I in? Probably something else than descriptor. Or not. We are in descriptor. We are in descriptor. We are. I'm using no IDE. I'm using an editor, NeoVim. Expect a template name before less than token. Which part of this is a template didn't you get? Defined in that file, and I'm pretty sure I already included it. VK utils. Gotta be kidding me, I did not include it. It is included somewhere. You could say I'm using my bash scripts as IDE, no? Everything I see me type is an alias of a usually rather large bash function with all kinds of trickery. Error type AI stateful task is not a direct base class. Nah, that can't be right. No, I'm not going to do that. That is, I think that task.deque is just, does it have an example? Nope, does not have an example. But I'm pretty sure that, let's say, it looks better anyway. Oh. Yeah, Pommer, what are we coding? Maybe, I'm just guessing, a Vulkan engine. Again, or still, or what? What? Probably again. So this must be removed. We must put in place stack empty. What? Oh, like that. Oh, it's inlined. Oh, it didn't have to be inlined. I mean, D2F colon. Sometimes I'm being fancy. Or not. Like that. I don't own a Macintosh, no. The metal is good. So if you want to only support Macintosh, and you can just write it in metal, and you'll get as fast as Vulkan. Or you can write it in Vulkan, because Macintosh has implemented Vulkan on top of metal, I think. Hey, it links. It's still not doing anything. So where was I? I'm not even sure what I just changed. Oh, I made the task to task. Yeah. Right. So where's that function? I don't know. Git diff. Oh, maybe even a history will help me. So one of the last GPSs. So this one. Yep, now our task is derived from task to task deque. Vulkan is cross-platform. You'll have to use that. I don't think you'll lose any speed over it. If you run Vulkan on Mac, then it's just gonna be as fast. Yeah, now you have to read the documentation of task to task, how to use it. The documentation. That's it, here. Okay, if a producer task wants to pass objects of type datum to a consumer task, that's exactly what we want now, then the consumer can use this base class. Usage class myConsumerTask final. Is that a hint? Okay. I'm going to directly implement that. An idiot. Jump, 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 jump. Can't find tick pattern. Okay, it's because I changed this line. Final. Happy now? I'm not convinced it has to be final, but I'll type it because my docs say so. See move new pipelines for an example implementation. Yeah, that's cheap. Okay. This class uses AI memory page pool, therefore uses application MMPP. It also uses utils deque allocator, which relies on application MDMRI, etc., but we all support it. The producer task can add more datum objects by passing R value references to have new datum. After the last call, right, something is not right here, I think. Yeah, this is, damn it, it's called task to task for a reason, huh? No, let me read on anyway. The producer task can add more datum objects by passing R value reference to have new datum. After the last call to have new datum, it should call set producer finished. This can be done immediately after the last call. Oh, I still have to do that then. Each time one of these functions is called, the signal need action is emitted. The consumer task therefore must already have been running. Or not wait for that signal before entering the need action state, which typically will look like this. Okay, I think we just need to call have new datum. And it must be an R value reference, so I can move it. Need action is one. Let's move. Move new pipelines. What's that doing here? Yeah, it's, like this. So you have the task, and then you call on that have new datum, and you move the datum, the new data. That's easy enough, I guess. And I'm doing that as well here now. But so signal 1 is already in use. So let's make this signal 2 then. Even though I'm not even using fully initialized anymore, right? No, I don't think I'm using that at all, actually. So just delete that. So this is also wrong. What we need to do is task to task deque for the docs. We need to do something like this. Need action. Okay, I'm gonna drop immediately into the need action. Okay, go to see what it said here. Each time a need action is emitted, will be running it is, or not wait for that signal before entering the need action state, which typically will look like this. Okay. Yeah, that's a good thing. Am I calling this? I'm calling run, but is there a race here or not? I mean, is there again no race because I'm calling run in the immediate mode? So it will only return after hitting the wait inside this function. But what if it returns immediately? Well, am I then going on with, I think I am, so that must be immediate mode then. Otherwise this would be, I should add a comment to that, I guess. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's also call this on need action then. Let's rename it. Actually, I think it's there is no race condition, just as long as you have called run. Even if run returns early, it's running. So we don't have to already have reached the wait, we just have to return from run, or I wrote a stupid library. There's no race condition. And this thing is being run indeed already, so everything is fine. What about the datum thing here? I don't think that it's defined. It is defined. Oh, it's nice, it's public. You can just use datum. For now, I'm just going to print it. Yep, I think that should work. This calls have new datum, and that will send a need action signal, which will make this thing wake up and call the lambda with that datum. It's being moved here. So it's being printed here, and then it should be printed again here in the task. Compile error, passing const vulkan descriptor of this argument is qualifiers. F new datum is not const. It's not const. Then this cannot be const. Does it need to be const? It's my virtual function. So I'm gonna have to use this argument here. Only pipeline factory does update to the calls for this combined image sampler. Yeah, I wrote that today. What about the other ones? I think for any object, for any shader resource. And there's a 1 here, almost read over it. Only one pipeline factory does, let's say, the update descriptor set calls for let's say make any shader resource. Therefore it's thread safe. Yeah, this thing is thread safe anyway. Let's say I'm changing this into therefore yeah, okay, to store the information in the task and then continue it. Which translates into it being okay that this function is non-const. A dangling pointer is a pointer that points to something that you deleted in the meantime and still are going to use. Potentially are going to use. I think we're in for a load of pain here. You cannot just remove const and think that everything is immediately going to compile. Especially not where you're calling it from, which is only one place. That is here. So maybe it's manageable. But yeah, this shader resource is going to be const. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this no longer can be const because I'm calling a non-const member function now. Well, I would say that's easy. But we're reading this from an array of arrays, definitely storing const pointers. And then, you know, it's a whole avalanche of removing const. If I remove that here, the const, then God knows where else I have to remove it. But who knows? So let's have a quick look. It's being added to push back here, shader resource. It is const here. Yeah, just const all over the place, man. This whole thing is just const. That probably should be const. So it's just by the argument that I typed in my comment that now I can call a non-const function. And I hate that, really. So this is definitely higher level stuff. Threading and then abusing constness, and please look the other way. Trying to learn from what I'm doing now is probably more harmful, more dangerous than that you learned something from it. I have the feeling. So what I'm going to do is, I think I'm just going to keep my const. It's just too much pain. It's const for a reason, you know. It's const because it's being used by multiple threads, and then because of the locking that I'm doing in this function, or functions that are called after that, maybe this function. At some point, it is a single threaded. So it's kind of like isolated. It's so dangerous that it's probably even wrong. But hey, I'm gonna leave the const in. And I'm not going to remove it. So update descriptor set must stay const. Or I can use a const cast here, of course. Otherwise I have to do it inside the... It's maybe the reason is maybe more the calling side than the callee. So I think I'm going to use a const cast here. And then my comment should be moved to here instead to where I added it. Okay, let's add a const cast. Super non-trivial even, what it says here. It's not trivial. Why one pipeline factory? Emre Janin says 4 days ago I was with Bjorn Strustrup in an online interview. Really? And it gets even worse. We talked about you and your project. And he didn't believe you could do it by using NeoVim. So I gave him your YouTube channel. I don't think if he was here, that he would even say, hi, I'm Bjorn. Because nobody would believe him. So if he would be smart, he would not say it. But I hope he didn't visit me. You know how I am. I'm constantly complaining. I can't remember things and I don't know what I'm doing. And that must definitely have been the impression that he would have gotten also if he saved 5 minutes from his busy schedule to look at what I'm doing here. I think you need to watch at least a few days, a few hours every day, and then you still get that impression. But at some point you cannot deny anymore that my programs work. So even though what I'm doing is not understandable and looks like complete bullshit, it works. So maybe I'm doing something and I know what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm pretty much convinced that Björn Stustrup would look at this stream and think, the guy doesn't can't code or anything like that. I don't know. I'll probably think that myself if I looked at my stream. My music stopped because Rosen, yeah, write everything myself. I wish I had a whole team of myself. That would be nice. But Emre, if you talked about me in an online interview, is it online then? I would like to see you talk with him about me. You see, I forgot again what I was doing. I was adding this comment. So only one pipeline factory does the update descriptor set calls. Any shared resource? Well, it's kind of true, even now I moved it. Therefore, it is thread safe to store the information in the task and then continue it, which translates into being okay that its function is non-const. I mean, I'm using the const as Björn is here. We're missing a qualifier. I want a thread safe qualifier. Now I have to abuse const to mean thread safe. And I literally mean that. Like thread safe as in multiple threads are allowed to call this at the same time. But if then at some point I access a member function, and I know that I only will access it by one thread ever, then that call is thread safe by the virtue of calling it and does no longer have to be const. So I'm kind of casting away my my abused const qualifier, which really meant thread safe because it is thread safe anyway, by the way I'm calling it. And everyone has to admit that it is not looking very nice. So I think we are missing something here in C++. Now I have to add const back everywhere. Wait a minute, can I do well, no. I think that, yeah, I already wrote that to all the files, saved it. So I have to do everything again. Add it back. No, not add it back. I did the const cast thing. Edited it back somewhere now. Where did I edit back? That's similar. What? Not const. So in effect, I'm still drinking water. I just realized it's coconut water. Required from here. No matching function for call to default constructor of needs update. Datum needs to be default constructible. Yeah. Well, that's funny. Okay, I see. So we default constructed, and then we move assign it, and then move it to the lambda. So this thing is being moved eventually, and it does not have to be initialized really, because I'm just assigning to it anyway. So I need it to be default constructible and move assignable. Neither of which I have direct support for at the moment. Yeah. I don't feel that Emre left before I said, or before I saw it, because he's not reacting anymore. Not seeing him in the chat. So this Emre is still not here, or whatever. Yeah. Constructing. I think you left. So I have a move constructor, but I also need to be move assignable. I'm not sure that is the case at the moment, or it might be generated automatically. I mean, this is like very standard here. Just everything is being moved the way the compiler would do it. But MRA size, missing MRA size here. What? Pure horror. Just saved an hour of debugging. I do have a move assignment here. And also there is the size is missing. Atom 2.0. No, I don't think it's possible to understand it. To really understand this, you need to study for at least a year, I think. I mean, this particular code. I'm not even talking about C++. I know which level you want to understand it. If you don't know what this thing here means, I mean, it's easy to understand that I'm assigning the array size from the right-hand side to the left-hand side in this line. But that's not what the clause is about, of course. I'm not a Vulkan dev. I'm writing a Vulkan engine. It's a game engine based on Vulkan. Use of deleted function standard atomic. That's an atomic, yeah. That cannot be right. Relaxed. Yeah, well, it's non-atomic assignment anyway. But the whole relaxed thing, it's kind of bothering me. What does that synchronize with? Yeah, see, something is wrong here. Something is wrong. It would be or should be synchronized with the mutex that locks the boost intrusive pointer that we use to access this thing. But at some point, I'm doing away with that mutex, as you know. And from that moment on, I'm just only using a pointer to it without any other synchronization. So I think that the reason that this must work is the same reason why any non-atomic thing works. Because of the order of execution. aka this thread assigns and then this thread uses it. But is that really the case? And of course it isn't. Not in the exact sense of the word. And the whole idea behind the design is that at this point, it does not need to be atomic anymore. And you can't know that because it's only by virtue of where this move constructor is being called. If it is called at all, because I'm doubting that now suddenly. I know this one is called. Same story actually. And I'm doing here a sequential consistent assignment, which I hate, as you know. But is this even used? I don't think so. Nah. Let's comment it out, because I don't know where it is being called, and therefore I don't know if it's thread safe to just copy the atomic like that. I would rather not have this code. And then to be sure that we're not getting weird results, I'm going to delete the copy constructor. And in this case, yeah. I mean, what? It's that. So what if you see this, and I think like, yeah, okay, but that should theoretically only work if the same thread is going to read that value again. So we write it here. This thread is loading it, and then this same thread is writing it. Hell, it's just one line. So that order is guaranteed. It's going to load it first and then write it. But now, even if a different thread reads the value after this one, there is no synchronization whatsoever. I mean, not because of the well, mostly because of this relax thing. So you can get any value. So one, does that happen? Is a different thread going to read this value? And I would know why not, because even though I'm using tasks, those tasks are being executed possibly from the thread pool. And even though only one thread at a time calls it, it could be a different thread. However, because it's only one thread at a time, those threads are synchronized. So then it's being read by a thread that is synchronized by the thread that stored it. However, I'm just not sure if that... I mean, it should. Relax is the same as non-atomic, as it were. Isn't it? Yeah. I think it works, but I'm starting to lose this feeling for the memory order things. I told it before on the stream, I put a full year of my life into doing nothing else but studying the memory order, trying to understand how this works. And it is one of the most difficult things that there is within C++. Nobody understands it, like literally. Which piqued my interest, by the way. So if you look at YouTube's of the experts, like the guys who wrote C++ memory order stuff and came up with it, and they give a speech on it to explain to the mortals C++ coders what they came up with in the C++ standard. Then I kind of admit that even they themselves don't understand it. It's almost impossible to understand. So after having watched that, I was really interested, and I thought, well, I'm going to study it until I understand it, till I do understand it. And I never fully understood it, because it is just indeed impossible. But I did get pretty far. I did get pretty far. However, it's so difficult that now I've got it again, of course. It's mostly a problem with my memory. Just the whole structure and all those things that I understood at some point, I just forgot it again. Could refresh my memory, I guess. It has to do with certain graphs. You should draw a graph per memory location of the actions thereon. So reading and writing, that memory location is a node in a graph, and then there's all kinds of edges between them, which represent things like sequence before or after in the code, or when there is a lock in between them or a synchronization between them, and I've got it all. It's horrible. And then inside that graph, there are certain graphs are consistent with the memory model and others are not. And then only those that are consistent can exist. So you can figure out all the graphs that are consistent, and then if all the graphs show that are consistent show that the result is the required result, and then your code works. So in this case, I think then the graph is something like this thread stores it, relaxed, and then we do something with a mutex, probably unlock a mutex that we had, then another thread locks that mutex, and then it loads this thing. Is then there a synchronization? Is it possible to read a different value, but it has to be in a relationship to the other things, so like member? I'm gonna skip over it. The reason I'm using relaxed here is basically because I know the assembly code that results from it, and that's exactly the same as the result of this one. So if this works, and I would have no problem with that, then this must also work. I'm just kind of using the store and the load and the relax. I'm kind of casting away that it is an atomic, because I know it's no longer needed that it is an atomic. But it looks really, really weird from the perspective of thread safety in using atomics. Okay, so a whole host of errors. Or did I miss something? Yeah, here we start compiling. Here I started compiling again. No. Or still. No match. I just added it. No matching function for default constructor of needs update. I thought I just added it and I didn't. I added it to I'm an idiot. Now this still had to be done, so the story is correct. And this is now highly dubious that I removed it. But I want to see it fail, and this is just nonsense. Should not add it there. This one. Oh no, I cannot do that. Well, not a big oh no, but you cannot not initialize a reference. You cannot even change it afterwards, till no longer a reference is possible. Must now be a pointer. And then I'm just gonna do absolutely nothing. And then I'm still going to use a reference, I think. But well, I changed it to a pointer now, and descriptor set here, so assign it as a pointer. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. But internally I need to have to use a pointer, because now I need a move assignment operator. Call the right hand side again. Actually, the move assignment is exactly the same as a normal copy constructor. But hey, who cares? Yeah, I don't know. Do I ever want? I mean, I don't even want to copy it, right? I mean, that's just wasting CPU. But I don't know. Let's just do it like this. Anyway, I'm just going to assign it and not move it. Well, because these are built-in things. Built-in types. There's nothing to move. Yeah, well. Yeah, and my IDE is this. I type PE and I get this, and then do click, click, click. That's 3 clicks. 1 double click and a normal click. And now I'm going to this line here. It's like going into your IDE menu, and then you unselect an option, turning verbose off, and then you close the menu again, and you click on run or configure or whatever. I mean, which configure? No? Not that you think that's easy. And then type make, which make is actually this bash function. So that's my IDE, bash functions. What is this? No matching function for call to allocate traits What? Construct. Template argument deduction failed. I don't think this error is complete. It's just like cut off. It's still printing stuff and then it just cuts off here. Failed column and then nothing. Let me try to understand it from here. This calls have new datum with R value reference of needs update, which is the datum type. I'm using a pushback with an R value reference. I guess this needs something like maybe the move constructors needed here. Why doesn't it just say so? I'm not convinced though. Anyway, I have already an assignment, move assignment, and I don't have a move constructor, so I guess that's what is missing. And it's going to be the exact same thing as the copy constructor. So that is also confusing. I don't think it deletes a copy constructor if you just add a custom constructor. Or maybe the reason that it deleted is because I added this. Although, I don't know. I'll just add this because I have no better idea at the moment. Besides not cutting off the error, and then maybe below it says something that makes more sense. Yeah, well, I have a right hand side as well here. I can just copy this. Descriptor set. The oh wait, W. Not sure that was faster. Or I could have done this and then oh, overshoot it. Back. Oh, that wasn't back. I don't know. Yeah, maybe make my compiler look at my mouse. Then I can click on it. I want to go there. But that's not what NeoVim is meant for, is it? Cannot convert the vulkan descriptor needs update owning window from type const task synchronous window pointer. To type const task synchronous window pointer. Oh, it doesn't stop here. It's this is the type. This is the type. If you had an AI, it would say, Carlo, you're missing an M underscore. But never mind, I added it for you. You don't need very much intelligence to understand that I just missed the M underscore there. Still the same errors, still the same black window, but if I write this mess to a file, received. So what I said was we call this and it prints out that value. And then the result is that the task received that same value. And these things are indeed exactly the same. And even more beautiful is if that would happen 4 times. Now here's the second time. Not really. Here's the second time. This is a different thread. Second time with this value. And then received the same value. Which is different from that one. There's a binding 1, there's a binding 0. And yeah, or not. Yeah, there's the third one. The third one and again the same value, of course. It's like immediate. It is literally the immediate mode, so yeah. The same thread is calling it. And this is the 4th time. And now I hope it stops. And it does. We're at 37%, 1, 2, 39%, 1, 2, and then we got back to the top. So it's calling it 4 times. And that's exactly what we wanted. think I need to do a new commit before I make too much mess of it. I'm still not. Oh no, yes, I can commit that. Seems that this is indeed not necessary, is it? Combined image sample is not moved, neither copied. Now, of course it is not. It's a task. This thing is derived from task to task deque, which is derived from base, where base is AI stateful task, and AI stateful task Apparently I'm allowing copying it. It should never happen. It's kind of strange. Yeah, there's no other constructors anymore. I don't know. I'll just... I mean, if I allow a move assignment, I should allow a move construction. And so deleting it is more like either laziness or I couldn't understand why it was here. But I'm not sure I want to delete it as in... But if I keep it, I might as well remove this debug output, because it should never be called. In other words, I am deleting it, and I'll just let the compiler generate it, I think. I think adding this gets rid of the copy constructor, so the delete is no longer necessary in that case. Or I could not do this, and I'm not sure now. Delete. If I delete the copy constructor, then I delete it, but I mention it, and therefore the compiler will no longer generate this thing. I don't know, who cares? Hey there, Raman, hello. Yeah, well. What is this? Combined image samplers, accessor. Why? Confused here. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, it's an access of the window. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could have seen that here. This is what I was editing. Yeah, I think I can just commit this. Feels like I need a comment here. Yeah, that looks so weird. This looks so weird. Then I had a long story with it. No comment. What happens if I forget this and then I look at it again? Probably also requires a comment, right? Yeah, here I still need to do something, but I can get back to that later. Yeah, I cannot commit this. I want to delete it. But I'm still not sure it's not being used. Not until everything works again. On the other hand, you know, I could leave it commented out. It doesn't hurt. If then it is needed, then well, the point is, it's not even implemented. Should just delete it. Update descriptor set. I have no idea. I mean, what is done? I don't have a goal. I have a goal like making stuff like the guy that does the coding adventures. You know, make just cute 3D stuff. Eventually, that would be more fun than just writing this. But yeah, by the time I do that, you might say that the Vulkan engine is finished. So who knows? At some point I'm gonna call it finished, version 0.01. Why am I editing this? The comments. And yes, I thought I could remember it, but I didn't. I think it was set underscore something. And this one. Though, yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this thing here. Commented it out. I don't think it's implemented, so yeah. I'll just delete it. So git diff did not show these things, so I have to look at them before I commit them. I don't see anything super weird. It's a stupid term. Like right now, it happens often, I think. Right now, I'm thinking, yeah, it's obvious how this works. So that's why I can look at it for a half a second and then think, okay, you know, I'm going to commit it. It's okay. But I know it's not that trivial. It's not trivial at all because I literally spent half an hour talking about this, I think. So if in a week I look at this again, or let alone in a year, I would have absolutely no clue what is going on. The code is not trivial. Therefore, I must add comments. I don't think I'm adding enough comments lately. It's not a task. If I run it now, you just get a black window, completely black. So imagine that, and then you know how it looks. A combined image sampler is potentially used by adding it to multiple pipeline factories. Okay, what about this thing? Why would I even call it multiple times then? It's only called once. Damn it. Seriously? Okay, this annoys the hell out of me. Stupidity. Yeah. Sorry guys, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Like the 2 minutes, I'm old. Bear, I had not thought you to be that evil. Right. Yeah, I'm back by the way, but everyone heard that already. I'm going to get rid of my coconut water. Nothing left. I drank a whole liter of it. I already had drank 2 glasses of normal water and then a whole liter of coconut water. Yeah, this is utterly annoying because I wrote a lot of code during the stream, assuming that this thing was going to be called multiple times. And only now I realize that that's not the case, because I'm doing it in create textures. Maybe I don't want to do that. Damn it, what's going on here? Huh? Okay, now I'm having a conflict because of the way I wrote it. I could pass the size of the array and the GLSL ID string right here, and I don't have to do it in create textures. Now they are separated. I mean, like I separated the texture class into two classes. One for texture array descriptors and the other one for the images that you load from disk. And the create textures function should only really like no, they shouldn't. Okay, the conflict fixed. I was going to say they should only be concerned with textures, but I have to add the textures to the combined image samplers somehow. Might as well do that in the create textures function, and then I have to create these things and these tasks before I do that. Right, so yeah. Nothing is certain until you feel that it is certain, and I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, but and I wasn't happy with this interface before. I'm still not happy with it. But hey, it's progress. We're going to have 4 different textures eventually instead of 2. Okay, so I'm going to keep this. That means, unfortunately, that this is only called once. That's a header. What? Yeah, this is just called once. There is no need for blocking at all. On one hand, that's a good thing because I was not liking it, but on the other hand, I wasted time. So the mutex used here, we are not going to use the mutex anymore, is only to protect the one-time creation and initialization, which is already done because there's only one thread ever going to call it once, of the underlying descriptor, the object. Nonsense. After being created the first time, there will only be read access to it. That's kind of obvious, except for the call, well, not obvious, except for the call set array size. That's not true. But that won't change the object either. Once read access, blah, 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 blah. Nonsense. Therefore, this class has an accessor to this member that returns a const pointer. Yeah, without a log, exclamation mark. Dude, we don't need a log. Therefore, what we have here is just a boost intrusive pointer. And we don't have that. And yeah, this can, we don't need locking. I can just return the pointer, that is true. App underscore, oh, I need a mouse to copy then. Oh, let's call it accessor. And does that have influence on this? Yes, of course. Yeah, here I'm doing all the locking. You don't need a right lock. I do want it to be not set, but it's more like an assert. Zonic, this project 2 years. Well, not too bad. Time to fix it. Then I'll have to look at the diff again. New Vim. Although you would not see the difference, I guess, normally. Yep, and who's calling this? Yeah, unknown user. This is so the wrong place that I'm gonna assume that you're a scammer. My rule of thumb is that if anyone contacts you by calling you, by messaging you on social media, by emailing you, absolutely any way contacts you and not the other way around, then they are probably a scammer. And you have to keep that in mind. And in this case, the likeliness of this guy just trying to get loads of money from someone, some stranger, seems like 99%. And even if it is genuine, then still, come on, are you an idiot? Spam that in a lot of YouTube channels. I mean, it's not the only channel, right? That's like 99.999% sure, since he was fluting the same thing. Now, if it was true, which it wasn't, then it's a sad thing that in this world you cannot trust anyone anymore because of the scammers. That's like the worst thing that the scammers did to this world. I would never fall into a scam, but the scammers did change my life, even though I don't fall for them. They changed my life by the fact that I cannot trust people anymore. I cannot help those who really need it, and it is not verifiable. Like a few years ago, I was walking outside at 3 a.m. Don't ask why, I was. And then I ran into a guy. And I was walking like in nature, right? Like pretty far, really lonely place, say. And I ran into a guy, and we started chatting because, just both walking outside at 3 a.m. It's interesting. I'm not afraid, by the way. So if we would pull a gun, I would be afraid, but otherwise not really. I know how to fight. So I just chatted, and he said, like, I asked him, probably, what are you doing here at 3 a.m. outside? And then he came with a story that basically came down to, everything went wrong in his life, and what's the story? Like, he was visiting a friend, and the friend was not home, or something like that. So he just returned from a closed house, and now he had no place to stay, and no food to eat. And the story was like really put together in a way that you know any normal person would think, oh my God, I have to help this guy. You know, here's some money. Go buy a hamburger somewhere, or worse. You know, give him money to for a hotel room. You know, for example. But you cannot do that. You cannot do that. Because, well, this was in Amsterdam. I mean, that's completely like that. Everyone tries to get money with lies on the street there. So I told him, well, it's really, what's the word? Pitiful story, but yeah, can't verify it. But I offered them to, but in many cases, if then you would give money, they just run off and then they buy drugs with it, or they're an alcoholist and buy alcohol of it or whatever. So sometimes then I offered to buy him food. So we went to, what is it called? Burger King, say. Maybe it was not 3 a.m. It was dark, but the Burger King still was open. It cannot have been 3 a.m. I bought him a burger and something else, some fries and stuff. But yeah, that was it. I'd say years ago, so I cannot remember it really well anymore. But then afterwards, I had the feeling that he was lying, because I left. I think we had a chat like where he could go, you know, where he could sleep or something like that. And then I left for my home, and I was just a minute on the way. I thought of something. I cannot remember what anymore. Maybe I wanted to give him more money or something like that, because he did, you know, because of everything. So I went back and I couldn't find him anymore, and I went in the direction that he would have gone if he would, you know, if the whole story was correct. And I could not find him at all anymore. So he was very quickly had run off in a different direction than I would have expected him to. Then I thought, that's fishy. Probably another. I mean, I'm sure he didn't have a home or something, so just a homeless guy or whatever, but illegally in our country. I guess it has little to do with scammers on the internet, but it's definitely true that you cannot help people anymore. And in the beginning, I did that. Amsterdam is really bad, so when I came to live there, I was pretty naive, and I gave a few hundred euros to a neighbor, between quotes, who had a very sad story, and I never got that back. And after that, I realized that it was just a liar and a drug addict who just stole that money from me, and I would never give it back. Yeah, and then sometimes you run into people where you think, well, if this story is real, I wish I could help him. But if you do that, you have to help everyone. So the liars make it so that the people that really need help can get that help a lot harder, if at all. So another was a boy in Amsterdam there who was sleeping in a t-shirt while it was almost freezing outside. So I went home and took my winter coat, and I went back and I gave it to him. So I woke him up basically. He was startled. I said, well, here's a coat because you'll get so sick if you sleep like this. And it was a special coat. I I don't know if I told him, maybe I mentioned it. It was a one-of-a-kind code. That was originally it was several $100 or euros. Now it was pretty old. It was almost, you know, it was. I didn't wear it anymore because of how it looked. But well, not that bad. He could wear it definitely, and it was cold. It was in the winter. So I think 2 days later, I saw him again on the metro station. No code, no code, no home, no things to store. It was still cold, and he was not having my code. So there's two possibilities. Either he did not want to wear the code because it would make begging more difficult, wearing a code like that, and or he just sold it. But then, yeah, well, I gave it to him, so it's his right to sell it. It's still a weird experience, 2 days later. Some of those guys just need money for their addiction a lot harder than anything else. Yeah. It's easier to say no to a beggar in the Netherlands, because really here it is not necessary to be homeless. It's just absolutely not necessary. Well, unless maybe when you are so illegal that you would be thrown out of the country. But and I knew a lot of homeless people. I played chess, so I went to the center of Amsterdam and I played chess, and there were a lot of people playing chess as well, who were homeless and then just were there for, yeah, for what is called the social interaction, but the fun playing chess. And I talked with those guys, and I learned a lot from them. There were a lot who said that they didn't want a house, and they did have a welfare income. So they did get money from the government, or what is it called, the gemeente. But I choose not to rent a house from it. So they were like willingly homeless. And they had enough money to buy food. And still they were begging for people. Not me, but they they knew I wouldn't give anything. Just play chess. But it's in a why not manner, you know. You see a tourist and come with a sad story or whatever story that gives them money. And then most of those would buy alcohol from it, cheap beer. That was their life. But then, yeah, if then another guy that doesn't know me comes to me and says, I don't have food today. Do you have $5 so I can buy a hamburger, please? And then I think, yeah, well, I just know that you can get free food in the center if you're homeless. And it's extremely unlikely at that point in this country or in that city that he's not lying. That he just wants money to buy beer or something like that. Extremely unlikely. Joe is playing chess, but not on a big board. That was outside on such a large board, you know, with plastic pieces. In Amsterdam, on the Max Euwe plane. Let's code. Damn it! I forgot what I was doing now. course I forgot what I was doing. Oh, it didn't compile. Okay, this is where you need task. Wow, yeah, okay, I think it's correct. I'll add it back. Well, I didn't really learn shaders. No. Mostly by looking at a few examples, or I just used the shader from a tutorial and then I changed it a little bit. And I read a PDF about it. Well, didn't read it, but I have a PDF open in my browser tabs, and I looked at it here and there. No, I'm not going to become an expert in shaders. I'll just learn what I need. Hopefully get someone else to write it for me. I mean, teach me the specifics that I need at that moment. Oh, I know math. Linear algebra is easy. That's all you need. I don't think I will get any problems with the mathematical side of this whole endeavor. Let's see. It compiles. I'm gonna commit it. I'll push it even. No, don't push it. So it's a black window. Don't push black windows. Well, yeah, well, no. Okay. 25 is not a prime number shotgun. 29. It's gonna take a while. 4 days, 3 days maybe. I'm just kidding. What shall we do next? Now we have a task. We have a task. Okay, the task comes in and waits here until it gets a datum. And this datum here is a descriptor. So let's use the type that I know that it is. It just reads better. I keep forgetting what this thing is defined in. No, this wasn't descriptor. So we are in descriptor. Needs update. I'm gonna call this descriptor to update. Just have to check it. Man ask kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? Kid thinks for a bit and says, rich. Or you could be an Android developer, of course. No, I'm just kidding. Harshmeet Singh, thank you. I like being your inspiration. Makes my life also more worth. Definitely does. Okay, guys, so we have here now, we have, we wait until we get more data. Data being descriptors that need updating. And I cannot update anything because I need more data to update it with. Hemo, yeah, 2 years now, but that's only the vulkan part. Stuff related to the fundament, the C++ fundament, utilities, everything that I used that you could use for any C++ library. That's a lot of code that I've worked on 10 years before that, and even more. There's code in it is 20 years old, I think. But I rewrote that so often that I don't count it really anymore as code that is that old. Yeah, we kind of run into the problem now that this thing has to wait for other data as well, and I don't even know what that other data is really. Plus, this required something else, right? When the producer is done feeding us with the needs update things, it should call that it is finished. Let me have a look at the other code that I already wrote that is using this for inspiration. Pipeline cache, for example. Oh yeah. So this just stores everything it receives into 2 vectors. Oh. Yeah, we're being woken up by a signal, but I think that's the flush part here. There can be multiple entries. So it collects all the entries. It flushes, say, the data that it has into local vectors and then starts processing it. Yeah, and the other one? Look at the cache. I have an immediate submit queue and twice in the factory. This is just calling another function. It's calling the owning window, have new pipeline. Also moving stuff away. Just moving. That's really weird, isn't it? How would it be calling this in a board and not anywhere else? Huh? Probably because it implements its own flush. And we might have to do that as well. So up there it's not using flush, but here there's no reason not to use it. Something like that. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me think. Going to add a comment with the word task or task deque in it, so I can jump to it. So after the last call to have new datum, we have to call set producer finished. And that's not easy. I don't think it's easy. Is it easy? It might be easy because, well, point is I have absolutely no understanding anymore of this code because it's just too complex. I'm thinking about a function. Let me get that function first. It's the function that is calling wait. The function that is calling this the question is, how often do I call this function? That is, yes, that's the question. Can I know if it is the last time that I call it? Well, that would be the last time that I call it on the shader resource. And the shader resource is specifically a combined image sampler. Let's say I can definitely know when the last call is done. If this function is never being called again, because this is the only function that calls this. That calls this here. However, I'm not sure that this is not called multiple times. Yeah, it's called from here, and that will be the last time. But it is also called from here. That's not the last time. I think it's this function is always returning true when it is the last time. That's by telling it that it is the last time by returning true. And that is being called from. So as long as it returns false, we wait, we return, we do not change the state, so we're going to re-enter from at this point. But as soon as it returns true, we are at the end of the pipeline creation. If you remember, this was the exact place where I was going to send signals and stuff that we were completely done, which is probably also based on the fact that that is the point where this is returning true. Yeah, I'm still not convinced, but it seems like a good bet. Do I want to bet? That is the question. Suppose I get here, what happens? It creates a pipeline. That's pretty final. Yeah, but then we start at the top again. It creates one pipeline, and then we start running over continue running over all the characteristic ranges. Which definitely might result in different descriptor sets, I guess, for the new pipelines. It's possible. So it's not really the last time that function is being called then. Hell, even if the pipeline factory completely exits, to complete the end of the pipeline factory, then there could be another pipeline factory that is still running and that has registered the same descriptor. Two different pipelines that use the same texture, say. Yeah, and generated by different pipeline factories. So there's absolutely no way to know when the last call is. That's not easy. I guess it's related to when the last pipeline factory finishes at that I added my descriptor to. That's a lot of bookkeeping. But that's it, I think. Yeah. So each of these tasks, no, is it a task? No, it's a wrap around my task, so let's call it a task. Should be aware of the fact that it was added to this thing and then get a signal back at the moment that all of them finishes, or not really all of them. I can just do, I mean, yeah, when one of them finishes, but I need to have a count. I could add an atomic, I guess, and then increment it for each shader input data that I'm adding them to. And then when they finish, the corresponding pipeline finishes. This is in initialize. It is being done once per pipeline factory, I guess, using this characteristic. Yeah, I need a callback from the shader input data at the moment that the corresponding pipeline factory is finished, I think. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting tired, I think. I'll quit here for today. I need to add some kind of a reference counting here and then detect when the pipeline factory associated to this shader input data is finished. And then decrement the reference counting, and then when we get to 0 again, I need to do a callback on the thing that has the count, which is probably then this task. So just I don't know, Work, 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 work. It never ends. And I had enough for today. So, yeah, well, again then, people, thank you for keeping me company. And I'll see you maybe tomorrow.